I guess you're supposed to tell me to turn the sound on, Jay. Come on.
I mean, you were going through your checklist. I thought you had it.
We're back, and as promised, Ryan Lee has joined us once again. Thank you, Ryan.
Happy to be here.
Sleep well last night? Are you well rested for another day 2 of the Go Congress?
I need my pickleball lesson.
You do need your pickleball lesson, and I'm just the guy for it.
Okay.
I gave Michael his first pickleball lesson this morning.
Okay.
I mean, you can tell why he's a pro, man. I mean, I always tell everybody bend their knees, and nobody ever bends their knees, because that is the secret to pickleball, because you got to get under the ball. Michael's bending his knees. He's passing me with shots. I was like, all right, so teach you tomorrow, and then we'll get an actual game on.
All right, 2 beginners.
So I have to make sure. I don't want anybody getting injured, you know. But, good. All right. It's a good little run around. So all right. So day 2. Of course, every morning we have our round. This is round 2. They did the drone shot this morning.
That was really cool.
Yeah, that was very cool. So they're doing a shot of everybody waving. We're going to use it to promote, because next year, where will we be next year? Remember? Next year's Go Congress. We've already signed the contract.
Oh, we did. I did not know.
Yeah. Anybody out there know?
Big reveal?
Seattle.
Oh, wow.
One of my favorite, after New York. I mean, you know, Boston's pretty good.
Yeah. Wow.
So we'll be in the Northwest next year. So there's a good crew here from Seattle, Bisley, taking notes and looking at all the new things that we're doing this year. Have you done any of the reviews down in the Skittles room yet?
Yeah.
How did that go? Because I didn't get a chance to see it.
Actually,
we should explain to folks what the Skittles room is, because it's new.
So what they did was, it used to be a really big ballroom, right? But then they divided it up so that the simuls can happen, and also the reviews, and also the players who are reviewing themselves can also be in a separate room. So I think Jules did a really great job at setting that up. So now, like, not everyone's like interfering with each other, but when you walk along the hallway, you can see all the rooms and everything and what they're doing. So it's a great atmosphere.
It's always been a problem, because what happens is that when people finish their games, of course, they want to go over them.
Yeah.
And so what happens is very, very quiet at the beginning of the round, because you have hundreds and hundreds of games. But then as people finish, the noise level goes up. And then, of course, the folks who are still playing get annoyed. And so you know, the TD has to go around shushing people. So the Skittles room is part of the solution for that, which is you can go, it's downstairs, nice room, and so you can be as loud as you want, won't bother anybody. And we'll have I think there's like 2 pros on hand to review games, isn't it? And actually, this is something we talked about in Ecuador as well, because they did that in Ecuador.
And I think that's a really great change this Congress. But another really great change that I love this year is that there are a lot less conflicts in the events, right? So we're so much more streamlined. And one feedback that I got from one of the players is that it really brings people together, right? I think something people really love about Congresses, right? Because we're such a great community, and you know, when there's more people attending the same events, there's just so much more to talk about, right? So they're like, oh yeah, did you go to that one? And they're like, yes, yeah. So then they bring up a board, they're talking, they're reviewing, and it's great.
Well, that was actually part of the thing that we had talked about. The frustration was that there were so many things going on that when you say, did you go to, like, people wouldn't have gone to. People like, I didn't even know that was happening. And so this way we're trying to make like your lecture more of the event of the afternoon, rather than, I think at one point we would have like 3 lectures at the same time. And so we kind of were pitting you guys against each other. Right. Which meant that some people would get a bunch, some people wouldn't get any, and then so I think we have I think a 1:30 lecture and a 4 o'clock lecture. So and I'm hearing that the attendance is really good, and then people talk about them. So good, you're happy, people are happy, everybody's happy. Now let's make our viewers happy.
Yeah.
All right. So go ahead, tell us.
Today we have something a bit special, right, Chris?
We do.
Are also broadcasting the top Q games and top Dan game, top 1 Dan game, division game. So I'm excited here to do.
Just click over here. We're going to transition in.
Here, this one.
Yep.
And I think we are here.
Well,
Great.
We should remember to, and since we can monitor the Twitch, if I do forget something, or if Jay forgets to tell me to do something, like change the commentator name or something. Just tell us in the Twitch and we'll fix it. Our lights are on, our names are correct, and we're in Ryan's hands, so all is good.
Yeah, so let's take a look at the top Q game. It's a 1Q player. Do they see the names? They don't see. Oh, they do see the names. Great.
Yes,
So you can see the
I
names
can tell
here.
you is I'm going to say she's a girl. She's about. I don't know her, but she was very excited to be here. Elias is one of the guys who came up to me yesterday and was just really. I'd like to say that I put him on there because of that, but no, it was we just look at what's the top 1Q game. But he was one who was really thrilled that those folks were finally getting some attention. So
Yeah.
it was excited to hear that you were going to be reviewing this.
Oh,
game.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I think what's really great about these games is I think there are more interesting examples to talk about, and they're much more more closer to kind of the average level, right? So you'll see if you look at their moves and you think about their thought process, it might be more similar to something that the average player might think about.
you should do not try to play like the 6, 5, and 6 dons because they don't know what they're doing.
Yeah.
I didn't say that.
So we have a kind of a standard joseki in the lower left, and then we are starting one in the top left. Now, this is one of the most typical josekis that I see players making mistakes, but it's also a extremely complicated joseki. So in response to the one-space pincer, white attaches and pulls back. Now, a better move for black is to directly play this two-space extension and kind of leave the hane in the corner, because at the moment white's not going to play there just yet. The reason why the tiger's note is slightly worse is because the diagonal is sort of a sente that's going to be threatening both groups. Now there's going to be two really good moves for white. One is this kind of a shoulder hit attack on the top group at A, and there's another one here, which is another shoulder hit here. So it's kind of like it's a good situation for white to be in, because white has two good moves, so black can't really get to both of them. And later on, that's why the joseki sort of evolved to this two-space extension. Now, this one is very complicated because white has several options. In the classic joseki, white would just play the diagonal and then play this weakness. And then here, after white cuts, black has this first line hane tsuji, which sacrifices the middle stone to connect the corner. And after that, black will extend like this to the side. Now, if you look at the white shape, you might see that it's slightly uncomfortable because it's like a zigzag, right? There's so many stones that are close together. So it's slightly uncomfortable for white, which is why later on, white kind of stopped playing in this way. So instead of the diagonal now, white seeks something more advanced. So white starts here and pushes here and cuts. Now here, the goal for white is to sacrifice these two stones to gain the forcing moves here on the black stone. And with that, white can attach here, because in no situation can black lose this E16 stone. If black loses the stone, the corner also dies, and white is too good there. So what white does here is white plays the Atari and nets to make the sacrifice. Black captures the two stones, and then white gets a little bit of profit on the side. So this is sort of a really brief overview of like the evolution of this joseki, from black playing the tiger's mouth, realizing, oh, white has a good move there, and then later on, black choosing to play a different move, right? And then white realized, oh, black can actually ignore there, so then white also updates their move.
Mm.
So that was a really quick way of going over that joseki, which is a little bit complicated. So hopefully you were able to remember at least some of that.
I think the main thing for players of this level is that you want to play faster in the opening, and this is just really really slow. I think people get nervous about the move that you're suggesting because probably somebody is punished.
Right. That's a good observation.
Something has died. Or it's a little scary. That's a little scary. But I think the other thing that I think you're saying was that it's also because it's the opening. Like if you can play faster, you're still going to come out well. Is that correct?
Yes, exactly. It's very in line with what you said. It was very in line with modern Go theory, especially with AI pushing us to play as fast as we can, taking
it's
all
just
the
Tanuki everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Tanuki.
That's our next book. Tanuki everywhere.
Yeah. So in this situation, Black is forced with a choice, right? Black could settle on the top or extend on the left side. In the game, Black chose to play on the top, and then White got the pincer here. So it seems like Black. So yeah, this is an interesting choice by Black because as I look at the left side, right, White Black is so outnumbered, and Black starting another fight here, it's against the theory of Go, right? Mm-hmm. When our opponent has more stones than us, we should not be starting big fights. So this is a very, it's a bit of an overplay. And now White should think about separating these two groups so that White can fully use the advantage of the extra stones here, of the influence, and as well as the top group.
I have two things. And Jay, if you have a question, you can just jump in anytime too. You'll be the voice of Jay. I want to ask you about the peep.
Yeah.
What is Black thinking about there, and is that a good move?
It's generally not going to be a good move. I think so. Sente is actually a really interesting topic because it's very confusing. It seems really easy, right? It's a Sente move, right? When you play,
have to respond.
Your opponent has to respond, right? But there's a lot of nuances there, and I think that the main thing that people kind of miss when they play Sente move is that you have other ways to use the same Sente. And in this case, right, Black can either peep from this side or that side here. Those are two clear Sentes, right? And in the extreme case, right, if Black has a lot of stones, there might be even a wedge in the far distant future. Now, when you play a Sente, it's like you're using your privilege. Right, it's like you have a coupon, and you can buy many things with it, right? You could buy a banana, you can buy an orange, and you can buy an apple, but you don't know which fruit you want yet. And by using it, you're like, okay, I know I'm gonna want the banana tomorrow, so I'm gonna buy it now. But actually, tomorrow you might have a lot of bananas, so you want the orange. But in this case, you're forcing yourself to choose, and that's generally where people lose out when they play Sentes, right? They're giving up on their other privileges.
The other thing that I'm thinking about is that, and I love the coupon. That's brilliant. But the other thing I'm thinking about is that in terms of Black helping himself or herself, that actually. I don't think that even, because the wedge is not going to work, obviously. Right. So, it's also the opposite of fast.
Yeah,
I'm actually seeing something consistent in Black's play here.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, this is a good point, and that's going to be what I was going to talk about next. Yeah. So this Sente does not necessarily help this group yet, but I think what Black should have done instead of this is just to play the extension here. Right? Black wanted to settle this first. Instead of this, you see that when Black plays this, White gets the pincer, but then when White extends here, then Black came to play on the left again, right? So it's questionable, the inconsistency we can see here, right? Black started on the top, didn't finish, and then came to the left again. And that's something that you kind of want to catch in your own game, because when you're inconsistent with yourself, then your stones are not going to work together anymore, and that's a big red flag, because if they're not working together, they're not going to be efficient. So not really liking black here. White didn't answer, so that allowed black to actually get away with most of pretty much everything, right? Black, as long as now black lives, black has taken the other move here. So now I would say maybe it's back to even, something like that. Yeah. So yeah, in here, white should do something to separate the black stones because black is in a lot of trouble here.
So for the player's analysis, is white is strong on the upper. White is strong. Black has helped white.
Yeah.
And white and I mean basically black is outnumbered on this side, and so the fight is here.
Yeah.
Right. It's not on the upper side. Black is going to live almost definitely. I think the problem for white is how to continue.
Yes.
So, because you could jump down.
Great question.
You could jump down or you could jump up. You could make a Kasumi. I guess
Right.
those are maybe three options.
Right. And I think the point here is that actually any of the options is better than this one. Right?
Okay.
Because like based on, so I think there are two general ways, right? You have like a kind of a general understanding of the game, right? Which is what we said about, okay, black has two groups and we can separate them, and that's what we want to do because our stones will be more efficient, right? That's sort of this is your tactic, right? So that's the plan. And the actual move to execute it, that's the technical, like that depends on your reading, and that's more more technical, right?
That's the fun part.
Yeah.
How do we do this thing?
It could be the fun part, but it could be the scary part as well. But yeah, I think that it's like if you decide what to do, then finding the move is sort of the next thing, right? And I think it's important to make the distinction because many players they kind of do the opposite actually. So I hear many players saying, I want to play this move. I want to get this move in. So then after they think, I want to play this move, then they start thinking about what I should do with that move. Right?
to use your analogy, right? They got the banana, right? And even though they maybe wanted some of the other food, they're like, what am I going to do with this banana?
Yeah, should I make dessert?
Kind of stuck with the banana. Just trying to work with your analogy.
Yeah, right.
But maybe you didn't really want the banana anymore.
Yeah.
So in this case,
yes. Back to your question. Yeah. So I think like maybe some really strong move is good here, right? Because
separating.
We can prevent things like attachments. We're just standing down. Now, if we jump, black might try to go for an attachment, and our stone would not be as strong. But if we play the extension here, it's much harder for black to lean, and we're just basically clearly saying you're going to have two groups, and now you're going to deal with them. And I really like that for white.
I do too. I think white switching off to the top is reminding me of something that Michael said yesterday, which is white is leaning on possibly attacking a strong group because that corner group is just, I won't say never going to die, but very unlikely to die. So so you're attacking a strong group rather than, as you're suggesting, you've got some weak groups, and now after this, black is no longer. Now black has two strong groups.
That's right.
But white has a very nice upper thickness.
It is, and it is the only thing that white got here, right? Because the influence here now is not going to be that useful because black has completely made this left group really, really solid.
Really solid.
So now white tries to get something here, and black attaches under. This makes sense. And then we continue. And okay, black turns here and white descends.
Let me just go back to the black turn.
Yes.
I think this is. I think we might have talked about this last night, right? So just pull the black move back. I think at this point, it's kind of actually resolved into kind of almost like a normal looking game. But I think for black is alive up there, live here, no trouble anywhere.
Right.
doesn't really. Is there something to attack? I guess maybe these guys here. In the
Yeah,
lower left?
not really, because even though we can cut off the stone, white is strong enough to handle themselves with this group.
So how do we assess what you were just saying? How should we be even thinking about a plan at this point?
Well, yeah, it's a great question. So when everything's settled, right, we just wanted the biggest points. And the biggest points is just look at the most empty part of the board, which is continuing here.
Which is G4?
Which is not G4, exactly. So we should be probably continuing the lower right here. And also with this thing, this is basically an exchange, right? And black lost many points with this exchange.
Because he could have had the whole corner. Yeah.
Right, just for the potential of developing on the bottom. And this is not really worth it at this point. Because we don't really know how white's going to play against this move. So it's much better for black to directly play here. The other reason why the turn is not a good move is we don't really see the situation for white to play in this area anyway, right? And that's a good way to kind of evaluate whether or not your move is urgent. So just pretend your opponent and think about whether or not they can play here, if they want to play here, right? If white plays here, then black can just answer, and white's just going to help black develop the bottom. And of course, that's not going to be a good move for white. So because of that, we can be very confident in saying this is not a good move.
And white, could white even Tanuki?
White could even Tanuki.
Right? I mean, I'd be really inclined to play
somewhere on the bottom.
Somewhere there and dare black to go ahead.
This is an option. So here, white can deal with the group here on the left after white cuts and take this one first.
M3 is looking pretty nice.
Yeah, that's definitely an option. But here, what white plays is fine too.
Sure.
White also just kind of made that turn a bad move as well. So white's playing really solid here. Black extends back. Extends on the top, makes sense. And white, it seems like black is really fixated on this lower left white group.
Little bloodlust.
I think in black's defense, because this group is strong, it has some. I guess I could understand that, but it's not really going to be too useful because white's already got enough ice space here, and I think white can just either jump or say something here. Yeah, so white jumped here. And I can tell that black is on the aggressive side.
A little bit.
Yeah. Now, one thing, so here we start this fight and white attach, black wedges, and white Atari's under here. We can see that white does have the top ladder. So if black extends, white will Atari and capture the stone. So in this case, black cannot capture the white stone here in the ladder.
Are you sure? Are you sure? That might be no. No matter where it goes.
Yeah. So in what happens to me all the time is I always read ladders wrong.
Me too.
And
I avoid that.
It even happened to me in my City League finals game.
No.
And I did not realize that. My opponent escaped the ladder. It was sort of.
I remember that game.
It was sort of meant to be an asking move, but I did not realize I could simply ladder them and capture, and it would have been
we
really good for
that.
me. And somehow I thought that the ladder, my opponent escaped, so I assumed the ladder did not work for me, and it's always the ladder for me. So
read your ladders, kids. Read your ladders.
Yeah. So this is why black Atari's under. So that's a good move. Now, in almost no situation can black play here. This is not a good move. Giving white the Panuki here to reduce a little bit of territory. This is never okay because the amount of territory that white could have had was probably on the order of 6 to 8 points. Now, to sacrifice a Panuki here to get the 6 or 8 points and have this weak group here as a target for white is totally not good. This is a really bad result for black. So even if the ladder does not work, black always needs to extend. So remember this: you never allow your opponent to have the stone there. So
But can we just go back just real quick to the black's first move in there?
yes.
I'm going. Is that the best move at this point?
So right now it might be a point where many players would have a hard time finding what to do, because we can see that most of the sides are taken. So I generally don't have an issue with this move because it's playing in an area that's still important. But I think the execution here definitely is not so good. So if black extends and just simply plays this way, I think this is a fine result.
Okay.
Now, okay, so here, white captures, and
You are not happy with this, are you?
yeah, this is just really looking not good. So see, when you have a weak group like this, it's just the remaining, like the rest of the middle game, it just becomes really difficult. It's a group there it's not alive, and you can't sacrifice it. So for the rest of the game, what are you gonna do? You're gonna be thinking about it. You're gonna play. You're forced to play moves on that group just to allow it to survive, and none of those moves are gonna be making any points. So you're kind of making the game easier for your opponent and harder for yourself here. Yeah. So you see, like black is forced to continue to play, and white already got some points here on the bottom, and black is still continuing to escape. So all of these black moves, the only value is the initial 6 to 8 points that white might have had.
That's about a point. No, it's less than a point per move.
Less than a point per move.
Yeah.
Not to mention now, whenever white wants, white could just
can't
capture the 15 points on the bottom. So this is really not looking good for black at this point.
Yeah. So 013 is kind of missing the direction of play for white, though, right? I mean, isn't K3's got to be bigger than that?
So that is so 013 is interesting actually. So this is at this point maybe what white is thinking is
So
white doesn't want black to reduce the top, but you're right. K3 has a much bigger points value.
it's like 20 points of pure profit, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot of
Very
points.
tempting.
That's a lot
Very
of points.
tempting.
Again, I mean, white has got a Panuki. That group is never
Right.
going to die.
Exactly.
And the upper side
Yeah,
is
it's so strong.
It's so
there.
strong.
Yeah, but 018 is even sente on the corner there.
Right.
Yeah. I agree. Totally.
So jumping up, I see white is thinking about some Moyo kind of a thing.
So yeah, another thing with your point here is that it's actually a much easier, a much safer direction for white, because when you're winning and you're creating this Moyo, you're actually creating a lot of uncertainty.
Good
right?
point.
If you just take the cash and then okay, you let black reduce it and you're still ahead anyway, that's a much more much clearer way to win with less variables. Yeah, so I'm curious. Oh, okay, black did reduce, so white still got this. Okay, so I think white's gonna be doing well. Yeah, white's definitely winning at this point.
Nice game, guys.
All right.
Really nice game. Fun. And I take your point about this. I think it's one of the reasons we wanted to do these, because most Go players are more in that. And actually, we're hoping maybe we'll even try out there this week, because we do have one more board, although we're having problems with one of our boards. But we would love to get a DDK game in.
Yeah, we should get
which
one.
would be just really fun to take a look at, because a lot of players are in that either DDK trying to get to SDK or SDK trying to get to Don.
Yeah.
And so, but
That'd be great.
all right, so we will go. Actually, before we go, I had a thought before we go to the Don game. Do we want to just take a quick peek at the top boards, just so folks can see who's doing what?
Okay. Yeah.
We won't do any analysis, but we'll just sort of take a. I'm just sort of curious.
Great
I know
idea.
you came in early.
I really wanted to look at this, so yeah, you know exactly what I'm thinking about.
Ooh, somebody hasn't had breakfast.
Yeah.
So this is the Wangs, which you said.
Wang Qing, who is AP.
Did you say this was kind of like Mr. Smith against Mr. Smith?
No, not this one. I think it's another one.
Sorry, okay,
I think that was a different one.
Okay.
But Interesting story with Wang Chun. I remember maybe like 12 years ago or something in Minnesota, was
Okay.
it? We were in the Twin Cities Congress, right?
Yes.
And I was a new pro, and I played against, I think, I don't remember. So he is an older pro. I think
Okay.
he's
Yeah.
over 60 years of age.
I walked in, I was like, oh my gosh, we actually
yeah,
have
but he's really
usually,
strong.
Yeah, usually you just have
Yeah.
all these kids in there.
Yeah, he's still so strong for his age, right? But there's also Mingju, right?
Of course.
So when I first became pro and I entered the Congress and I was like, that kid, I was so confident and I wanted to like win everything.
I remember.
I played against I think it was Mingju, right? And those two they always kind of sat in the first two boards,
Yeah.
obviously, right? Because they're like strong pros. And what was so funny during that game is back then the time setting was a little bit longer,
Yeah.
right? Now I think we have 1 hour, and then we do Fisher.
I want to say it was. I want to say it was maybe 90 minutes.
Yeah,
at that
yeah,
point.
90 minutes. Yeah,
I
so
remember they were long because I was
yeah.
recording at that point.
Yeah.
Those were long
Yeah.
games.
And there's Byoyomi after.
That's right,
Yeah,
that's right.
And I think it was like 40 or 60 seconds even.
Mhm.
So the games are really quite long. And so Wang and Mingju, they actually both fell asleep during the game. and
I shouldn't laugh because as recorder, I have dozed off.
and you know how I know this? It's not even disputable because they were snoring.
Oh dear.
And as their opponent, I was like, okay, I really got to win this game, right? So I'm like thinking so hard there, like constant. I'm like reading everything, trying to do everything. And then so Michael was playing Wang, right? I was playing Mingju, Zichen, and what happened was like we were like you can like picture us like just reading so hard against them, and they're just like.
Wake me up when it's my turn.
Yeah, so like, wake me up one time. And so he wakes up, right? And he just goes, and he just kills one of our groups. So that
Goes back to sleep.
yeah, exactly.
I remember Mingju, you remember he would sigh? These huge sort of, I think he actually was doing it on purpose. He would, and I'm kind of, is he worried about something? Is he just like, oh, this move is so bad? I was just,
Yeah, he's just disappointed.
He was hard. He would do commentary with me, and he was always, don't start this. He would always give me these puzzles. He loved to humiliate me in front of everybody because I don't know what the hell he's doing. He's like, Chris, you're 3-dan. You should know this. You're right, Mingju. I should know this, but I don't. We miss Mingju.
Yeah, but yeah, that was one of the stories. Yeah, I was able to beat Mingju later, but oh man, that was such a humiliating game.
Couple things for folks who are watching. All of the OGS games are on EJ Broadcast 1, except, as somebody's pointing out, Board 2. This is, remember I'd mentioned we're having a problem with that board. We had problems with yesterday. Todd was able to somehow get it back online. And Board 2 is Alex and I'm forgetting her name.
Elisa.
Yes.
Elisa.
Elisa, yeah.
Elisa.
And he had to interrupt them 3 times and was getting the evil eye and was just like, he came in and was like, guys, I can't keep interrupting people. So we're like, we will get the SGF record. We're pretty sure it's recording locally, and we will get that later and probably take a look at it tonight. So not to worry. But there are always issues on and off the board.
Yeah.
So again, we're not going to comment this right now, but any just sort of general other than that's a good enough story for now, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Evil eyes are very intimidating.
Yeah.
So White is definitely trying to kill the black group here, which I don't think Black is super worried. There's still a lot going on here, and the thing is that White does have some potential senteis with the Hane and Atari. So if Black does come towards the lower side, Black has to kind of already pretend they've already existed.
It's always a sign of a higher level game is that, especially we're going to go back to look at that Don game in a second, but they just don't settle things. You know, like the fact even that the black on the right side is settled is, although there's still stuff, even on the right side.
There's just no time to settle things, right?
Yeah, they're playing.
Yeah, if you settle, it's too slow.
Yep. All right, let's take a look at.
So
is this that's the one.
This is game
we,
2.
We have, this is as much as we have of game 2, so we weren't even going to look at it. No, we have a little bit more. Yeah.
We have a little bit more here.
Yeah. So this is actually got. After saying that they're not settled, this is even at this point. 65 moves in, 64 moves in. It's actually got some settled stuff.
Yeah.
All right. And then this is
game board 3.
board
Chen
3.
versus
Ray Chen.
Ray Chen.
Yeah. Who I don't know.
Mr. Smith.
Mr. Smith goes to Boston. So we may get a look at this later on.
So white's descending here. Okay.
Ooh, that looks a little scary, doesn't it? Probably just to get a little something on the outside, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a difficult position for black, because white's looking at this push, and if black blocks on the other side, then white can even peep here, and cut, and then you get this side. So that's what white's aiming at right now.
Corner, right?
Now, yeah, if black blocks on this side, it's still gonna exist, but white's gonna cut on this side, and black's unable to capture because black will lose these stones here. I mean, maybe white will cut on the other side. But I guess the point is that there's this weakness that white's aiming at here. If black answers on this side, that will give the two stones too many liberties. So white's definitely going to be able to capture black on the top. So like maybe with something with maybe this move or something. So this is also not an option for black. So maybe seems like black is in a tough position right now.
We'll see what Mr. Chen does about that. All right, and then.
So do we want to keep? Yeah. So this is board 4, I believe. Jae Han is one of the Korean players I saw in the strong players room. Oh wow, black is in trouble.
Big trouble.
There's really no answer to this move locally, and black can't capture the white stone here at 09. So black has 2 groups here, and it really doesn't look good.
Okay, and our last one.
H Kwan. Oh, this is looking really tough for white.
Well, that's just a string of stones, isn't it?
Chris, what do you think about the life and death situation for white on the lower right?
Lower right. Interesting. Well, that's tough. I don't see.
So white really wants the Tanuki, because if white has to fix, then black will get the first move in the middle. So the question is, can black kill it if white Tanukis? It's a great problem, actually.
It really is, because he's almost got a backdoor with M2 threatening to connect.
Yeah. Unless you start with this side, right? It's a good problem for the dam players.
All right, you guys take a look at that. All right,
All right, Jay.
Get to work. Get to work, Jay. Come on, don't just sit there.
Really?
Yeah, come on. That's your homework.
All right,
right
next
there.
pro qual. See you.
I mean, the first move that anyone should look at is the large knight's move, but immediately that doesn't look like it works because white can respond with the Kotsumi.
With P1, yeah. Because white already has an eye here at Q1. And another eye at P2 because we can't go up.
So I'm thinking I should start with the knight's move instead of the large knight's move.
Yep, that would be a similar situation, right? Because we have the eye here, and then also we can't take away the eye at O2. Yeah. So if we play something like this, also white will go for this.
I can't actually see what you're doing because it's
okay. Yeah. So like with the small knight's move, we also have this.
Yeah.
So if we do something like this, white also has that. Yeah.
So let's try taking white's move. So P1.
Yeah, we can try to.
Ooh, the
White
ice
will
stealing
play
move.
M3.
Yeah, this would be Sente.
And then that looks like white's alive, but black does have a
Maybe we
slight
could.
squeeze.
Oh, Jasorek has got my move. I want to play S2.
S2, you just want to play S2?
S2. I'm with
Yeah.
Jasorek on this one.
I don't think... Oh, this one actually looks like white's in trouble. Yeah, so white would probably need to play S2 here.
Yep.
Black Hanes and white S1 for larger eye space. And then now black needs to throw in,
Mm-hmm.
and white takes, and then Atari. Do we need to Atari? We can probably play Q1 first.
I think you got to get over here, Jay. So folks.
Sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, this is a.
Down.
So we do need to throw in because if we play here, white actually can connect, right?
Ooh,
And
that
this
almost looks.
is going to be a double alive. Because now these two are going to be Miai. O1 and P2, right?
Mm-hmm.
So so we do need to throw in, yeah. So then we can either, after throw in, you're right, we could either extend here or we can Atari here and it would be a ko. Yeah. Now, if we do start with a S2, white also will get this incente. Now, in either case, so if we descend, if white blocks here, this is a really typical shape on the side. Now, since white doesn't have M3 already, it's going to be a ko. So if black plays here, white goes white must attach under, and so we'll have this kind of ko. Now, if we Hane first and connect, in this situation, white also has to make the ko like this, and black peeps and cuts inside like that. So in all of the situations,
all roads lead to ko.
Yeah. Now I have assumed that black made the k5 exchange, and since white generally won't want to lose those zones.
Oh, a good use of Sente.
Yeah, exactly.
So just to fix any problems up there first.
Yeah. Now I don't see a clean kill. So I think that seems to be the.
So the white calculation would be whether there's something that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. It's like 25, 30 points.
But it's a ko, so that means black needs 2 moves to take it.
So it's really not. It looks scary because it's so big, but it's not.
Yeah, exactly. So white would probably want to continue in the center here, instead of protecting. Oh yeah, this is what happened. So this was the game.
Ooh.
No, maybe those are my variations.
Oh, yours. Okay, all right.
Yeah, those are my variations. Am I synced? Where is that the game? Do I need to refresh?
Yeah, refresh.
Oh, there we go. Oh, white did. What happened here? White did fix. Okay. But was worried about the ko. So we have this situation. Oh, this descend might be a mistake. This Hane looks really sharp. I think white might have made a big mistake here. Because white can't cut, but there's really no good way to answer. Oh, this is painful for white. White really needs to play here now. It kind of looks like a bad move, but it's the only way to kind of resist the situation. I mean, or just.
Or just I would be more comfortable.
Yeah. This one.
And actually, it's nice because it works.
Yeah, this one might be better since it's more likely to be Sente, If black double hanes, we have this move here, so I don't think black
Okay.
double hane.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more likely to be sente because it's going to be more forcing on black. We're threatening the peeping the square here, which would kill the corner. But if we extend, it's not going to be sente. Black's going to jump this out or play something on the left.
Cool. All right, let's jump. Let's go back and look at the Don game.
Oh, wow.
And then we'll...
There's a lot happening here.
Well, I know both these guys. Of course, everybody knows Anders, Mr. Smartgo himself, and also just a shameless plug, a publisher of the brand new, as Michael Redmond says, best yet in the AlphaGo series.
Wow.
Ghost in the Machine. And then Andreas has been coming to Congress for many, many years, and I had some drinks with him and his wife Connie last night, and they're both retired and really just doing retirement right. They're doing a big trip. They took the Zephyr train from California to Denver, and then flew from Denver. Had all kinds of stories about taking they recommend that everybody should take the Zephyr. They had a really fun time on the train. Oh. And then they're heading over to Europe for a couple of months.
How do you get really good views on?
They had great views. They said there's a bunch of people taking the train with you, so you kind of get to bond with them. Cool. And just sounds like fun. I hadn't ever thought about it, so now I got to go check it out.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's see what Andreas and Anders have gotten themselves up to.
Yeah, so one thing I saw here is that black made the Atari before Tanuki, and that's always a bad choice.
Because
it leaves an easy hane for white, and black's shape is much worse. Normally when white hanes, we don't make the exchange before we block, and that black can block here. But if this exchange has already been made, then you can't block here because white now can cut and just capture your outside stone. This is obviously really bad for black. And so this is another example actually of a sente privilege kind of deal, right? You don't need to Atari because you're actually settling white's shape. You're helping white make their shape better. And the stone on the outside actually becomes a liability for black. So it's better to leave it, or after you Atari, the AI always descends because this completes the whole shape.
Mm-hmm.
So just remember that. And then here, quick Joseki, and black Tanukis again. Yeah. So this is an interesting choice by both players. I think white should look for blocking here because of the wall. This is a much better direction here for white to use the influence. Just taking the outside here and outside here. Sorry, I meant to play this one. So this Joseki is much more suited for white based on the lower right. And in the game, black also Tanukis, which also makes a really, really urgent move on the right. Because what you can imagine it when white pincers and starts chasing the group, white's going to be easily building the right side. And that is exactly what white wants.
Black's just sort of running on dame.
Yeah, great way to use the influence. So it's really important for black to finish this right now and kind of limit the efficiency of the white group as well, and help the group settle so that we don't have to keep running out. So that's a really urgent point. So we'll see actually later who gets that. Play quick Joseki here on the left side, and then white settles this. Yeah, this is not urgent because black can't really do anything to the group yet. So
you want to go after it right away, don't you? Yeah.
If black tries to surround the group, then we can play things like this to settle. If black plays here, we can just always jump out. So this is this is not super urgent for white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they remember the AlphaGo Joseki wrong.
Something.
So black makes a mistake here, and and sort of just gives up here. Yeah, this is really interesting. So what black is supposed to do is cut here and jump, because when white pushes, then black can Atari this way and then extend here. So that's the AlphaGo Koje variation, sort of a Joseki. And this is so that when white cuts, black can directly Tiger's Mouth, so that these exchanges prevent white from pushing out. Because when white pushes, black can always Atari first. And
oh dear, yes, I see.
The Koje, you were there, Chris.
I know.
That was the first game.
It was a minute ago.
Almost 10 years ago. Yeah,
it was exactly 10 years ago.
So hard to believe.
Yeah. Wow, this just looks like a hot mess.
Yeah, so clearly white got the. Oh, sorry, this is not the game. This is the game. Clearly white got the better of this because black kind of messes up and gives up. Here white should turn in towards the middle, because the stone is already captured. We don't need to capture it again.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What happens if, instead of black playing the Atari on top, what if he just extends along the second line?
In which situation?
In the on the right side?
Yep.
When he honates white stone kick and white cuts?
Yep.
Did you go over the extension?
Oh, right here. Yeah, good question. Great question. Yeah. So there's a situation in the game and there's the raw situation, right?
Yeah.
So let me just go over this situation. So when white pushes out, what happens? Okay, I see. He's trying to get me there. So when I look at these openings, what I do is I just tell Alex to answer for me, because he's way better at this than me now. And I just go, hey Alex, how do I play here? And he's like, oh yeah, you go. Okay. All right, got it.
Should we go get him? He's right in the next room.
Oh yeah. No, did he finish his game? He's still playing.
Who cares if he finishes his game? We have a question.
Yeah, Ryan needs him.
I asked because a few years ago Stanislaw had played this variation, and I don't remember the exact details, but I remember one of the players getting lucky because they didn't study at all.
Yeah.
But it relies on ladders.
Oh yeah.
Which I remember.
Oh yeah, it does. So now black might cut here. So that's where things get really common. I think black might need to cut first, actually, before extending out. Black, I think, needs to cut first. Otherwise, you won't get the cut. Oh dear.
We'll put our research team on that.
Yeah, maybe for another time. But what I can say now is after the Hane, this does not work, because after white pushes out, black just dies here. And this just kills.
That's a disaster.
Yeah.
Just a time check, because we're going to wrap up. Yeah. We're coming on time, and I do want to get farther on this. But I think there's a key note here, just real quick on this. If you just go back to that they take, it's really important again for most just even your turn, right?
Yeah.
Because that stone is just captured.
Yeah.
So there's no.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to underline that point.
Right.
Really,
right.
It's a big point.
Yeah.
There's no reason to take that stone twice.
Yeah, I kind of glossed over it. Yeah. If the stone is dead, don't capture it.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah. So I feel like this is getting good for white, because white got more from the fight on the right. But we still have the left side situation. White shouldn't get too overconfident here. So right here, white just honeys and connects. It's a little bit passive. Seems to let black get away with the mistake from earlier as well. Okay.
I'm sorry, not fine, but do you want to just show how black could have played more actively?
So yeah. So here, white. Remember when we talked about here, white could have cut this.
Sure.
And I think what white might be worried about is black tiring here, but white can cut here first, because if black continues, white will get this squeeze. And so I think this is actually one thing that a lot of Dan players, they worry about too much, because you have a territory,
right,
and you just don't want your opponent to take it away, right?
It's hard to get that territory.
Yeah. You work so hard to get it.
Those bananas are mine.
Yeah, bananas. Exactly. So, but in this case, we can see white getting so much profit on the lower side, right? And so that the loss here is negligible compared to how much just white is gaining and how much black is losing in the corner, right? Black's territory is all gone as well.
It's very flexible because this middle white group, nothing to worry about. That group is very alive.
Yeah.
And what I'm looking at here with this variation is that actually some really interesting, the influence is just sort of shifted left.
Yeah, right.
That's pretty cool.
We've turned it to the bottom. And now black needs to finish the group, and we can just extend this up now and now develop the bottom.
I would not have
So if
thought
black
that.
answers, then we can just come back, and so we're getting everything, right? We got the cut, and we got just to defend our territory.
Nice.
So it's a much sharper way to go about black's weakness here.
So for white when that should not. I mean, and connecting is.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit passive, right? It's
Yeah,
like we took an end game and allowed black to take this really to fix their shape, basically.
Yep. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So there's a move that I really wanted to point out. This one. White definitely doesn't want to do this push, and this Atari is an absolute painful move.
It's like somebody got punched.
We want to delete that from the board.
Explain why.
Yeah, it's because this exchange is the only gain for white is that extra eye space there, and it allows black to connect, which is so strong for the outside, right? This inside-outside exchange we should never do unless we're really desperate. And at this point, white is not. White can turn. White can keep extending this diagonal sente. There's a lot of space for white to keep making eye space.
I think too that if you go back to just before everything broke out over here, but even before this, right? White has not been worried about this for 70 some moves.
Yeah, that's right.
So that, unless white just forgot about them, which I doubt, right? So, then white takes a move, but so white's been treating them kind of lightly, hopefully because they have confidence that they can.
Yeah.
So then when this next sequence breaks out, I think what you're saying is that white needs to sort of keep. It seems like white changes his mind and all of a sudden gets very tight.
Right.
So can you show how white could handle this in a light way with keeping, you don't want black to get that perfect shape.
Right. You don't want to just play inside exchanges and just go on the eye making mode, right? In that case, you're just making 1 point, and you're giving your opponent all the outside. Actually, an interesting move in this local position is, so we think this is definitely going to be sente for white. There is this waist cut. This is called a waist cut.
A waist. You're splitting, not a wasted cut. A waist cut.
You're splitting your opponent at the waistline.
Does it work though?
So we attach and cut, and this is a sacrifice move, right? So we want black. What we want is black to just capture the stone. We get an upper Atari, and if black captures again, we just connect.
Oh, how clever! So you're pushing.
Yeah.
You're pushing, but you're saying, okay, fine, but you're you're helping your group.
So this is the lighter, flexible way of dealing with this position. And there's not really too many ways for black to resist, because if black capturing the stone also doesn't really matter, we can just Atari and we can just even descend here. Black still has to come back here. The loss for white is minimum, and black has to come back here as well and loses a lot of points in the corner. So we get sente and we can just continue making the outside. So this is a much more, it's a good Tsuji a sequence to remember.
See, I would look at that and I would say, oh, it doesn't work because I'm trying to think about something, killing something.
Yeah, right.
So you think about the waist cut with the sacrifice. The point here, your point is to sort of limit black.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. You want black to capture the stone so that you can get forcing moves on it.
It's a feature, not a bug.
Wow, that's a very familiar reference in the tech world.
So now white is, I say, so white kind of got what he wanted anyway by pushing black down. So it all worked out. So
yeah, but these moves are Very painful. It's just very painful. But black got Sente, right? So, okay, so we're going into endgame, and we'll see what the players have for us. Wow. Interesting. Yeah, so it seems like white spotted a weakness in black's territory on the top and was able to break through. This is a great win for white. Oh, this cut is very, very aggressive. I don't think white realizes that this group is just dead.
It's like really
I think
dead,
if either
right?
player realizes, they would not play this way, right? Quick life and death, right? This is.
This is not even like that other problem of yours. It's really we had to get Jay in.
Now,
Jay's not even gonna get out of his chair for this one. Jay's like, we're pronouncing it. It's dead.
Yeah, I mean, like even with the connection, this can't even live, right? So it's a very, very typical life and death on the side.
That bulky.
Yeah, it's if white just descends, it's just a bulky 5 here.
Bulky 5. There it is. There it is.
And if you make the eye, black just simply reduces, and it's a very clear, not a life shape. And I even gave white an extra stone that white wasn't supposed to have. So now white's even more
it's
dead.
even worse. Oh my God, that's right.
Yeah, it's even more dead here. Yeah.
Even more dead.
Yeah, even more dead. Yeah, you could be dead, or you can be very dead, right? Or you can be Gote dead. I think
this is good stuff. I hope everybody's writing this down. It will come up in a game.
So if black sees this, black probably would just continue here to make sure there's no escape, and then just extend there to capture the top. But black is fighting hard on this side, and white pushes out. Yeah, so see, now the fight is just going, but I think maybe an easier way. I guess this is fine. Because white also has that. Okay, we'll just fast forward. Okay, this is the. Okay, yeah. So see, this did happen, right? Black did go here to make the capture move. And now white's trying to escape here. And we'll see what happens. So black will block and white will start jumping out like this.
Interesting. So I just before we wrap here, I just want to take it back because the game was, I would say, kind of reasonable to a point. And this is, I see this because I wander around sort of looking at games, and it's very interesting. I see it. Oh, it looks okay. I'll come back a little bit later. And I'm like, what the hell happened here?
Yeah.
Right? So what I've been seeing is that I think it's hard. We talked about this maybe last night, about at a certain point we need to stop and sort of think about what's going on.
Exactly.
Can we just talk about it a little bit before we wrap
Exactly,
up?
yeah.
Because I
Great
think it'd be
point.
really helpful for folks. Because I think it's, I know for me, counting is something I was taught years ago.
Yes.
That's one way is to look and see. Because a lot of times, I'll say, well, are you ahead or are you behind? Well, I don't know.
Right.
That's like not a good sign, right?
I think what the players are struggling here, you're absolutely right, is that it's a really close game.
Yeah.
So when it's a really close game and you're counting and it's close, and you see a kind of a sort of a risky move, right? The problem here is the reading.
Okay.
Yeah, because the players aren't really reading to the point where they can confidently say they're going to win this fight or not. So they kind of have to make the decision based on kind of an estimate, based on as far as they can read, right?
Got it.
Which is a reasonable, like it's a good strategy, right? Because you want to read as far as you can, and then just make the decision based on what you can see, based on what you read.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that's what the players are doing here.
Okay.
And like for example, this move for
He saw
white,
the spot.
he saw this, which is a sharp move.
Yeah.
And the game is close, but he wants to get a little more, so he's to increase his chances of winning. and he sees this and he plays it, but then he doesn't. Maybe he's not seeing like the optimal sequence, I guess, in this situation. There are a lot of ways for white to not get into this really sticky situation where we're risking the whole group.
And die.
For example, we just do this and we just turn. I think this is a much simpler way for white, just to take a really big profit on the top.
Show the profit. I think I see it, but
Yeah. So now black
here,
has to connect.
You get the
and
crawl
then
one.
Yeah, we can
You actually
we
can
can either wedge or maybe
crawl once.
yeah we
really?
might be even.
Let's just go safe.
Yeah,
let's go safe. That's
we'll just
good
wedge
enough.
and we'll
And that
just,
takes advantage of it. He spotted something,
Yeah.
sharp move. That's a
Yeah.
that's a tidy profit.
yeah.
That's really and you won't die now.
Yeah, right. but we do have the center loss, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So this is a trade-off. Now in the game, what actually happened was white did get the profit already. See, white pushes through, and then when black went here, white went with a cut again. This is the move that made things really, really complicated again.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So white sees that that black could maybe die because he doesn't.
He's seeing the weakness here because black's not alive on the top, and this group might be a bit weak.
But he's not seeing that he has his own problem.
Yes, exactly.
Does he have a way out even now? Maybe by just.
Yeah. Well, the top group is fine now. So if he just plays a move
That's
over
what I'm thinking.
here,
Yeah, like F16.
there is no way for black to seal the top.
And then you just
there's
make the turn.
There's no. Yeah. There's like this doesn't work because there's a sente over here, so white can push out. So like this. So this doesn't work for black.
Nice.
So white is okay at this point. Black has to like maybe jump, and then this is much
so it can
easier
just run
for white
away,
because-
right? So to run through that black area.
Yeah, white can easily live by playing S18 themselves.
Anytime,
So
but
there's
actually he wants to make sure
yeah.
black doesn't get.
Yeah, so he can run out a bit and then come back.
So this raises another thing, which is a common thing, so I think a bunch of things start happening here, right?
Yes.
Which is you see a sharp move, legitimately, right? But then I think things get a little confusing because there's a couple different, groups in play,
Yeah.
and we're fighting now,
Yeah.
right? Which is fun,
Yes. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I don't know what the time situation is.
Yeah, exactly. They must
Right.
be a lot tighter on time now.
It's
right?
got
At
to
this point.
be, clocks have got to be running down at this point, which
Yeah.
is another argument, I would say, for trying to keep this stuff simple, actually. That's me.
Yeah,
Now, I know you guys, you don't care. I got 2 Biayomi periods left. Not a problem.
Yeah.
But for the rest of us mortals, something, I kind of like the original sequence where you just take that
Yeah.
tidy profit.
Yeah, I guess there is a trade-off with the original sequence, though. I think that's what maybe
with the black thickness.
Yeah, with the black thickness.
That's fair.
Yeah, so maybe that's why white chose to play in the other way.
Well,
So
plus black did look kind of weak.
yeah, black did.
All right, before we go, quick talk about, you've been teaching a lot, yeah? No, not so much teaching?
I have been teaching.
Yeah.
Maybe not so much.
Okay. I
Yeah.
know you love to teach.
I do love to teach.
I mean, I just...
Yeah.
You're really good at it. So, but I know you're also busy with family and work and
family
so forth.
and work.
So,
Yeah.
speaking of balancing things, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so, a lot of our students are doing so well, and I'm really, it's always motivating to see that, right? So, like, I see Alex doing really well. He got promoted to 3P this year. Also, some of my other students are getting kind of up to the high down levels as well. So it's great to see that. But on the other side, I also have these really, really young kids who are, who we have like other teachers now also who are more like more trained to teach at the younger age groups. They're also like loving the game, doing great. We have these like little reward points. Like
nice.
when
they
do life and death problems, and then they get these little reward points, and they get to redeem really cool prizes with them.
Well, I would have done more life and death if I had gotten points.
Right?
Nobody gave me any
Right?
rewards.
Yeah, exactly.
That is incredibly
Yeah.
clever. I bet they love that.
Yeah. And we shipped these prizes from China.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Which reminds me, this is a good thing to end on. So we're going to wrap now. The games will still be going on. You can watch them on. We may be able. We could probably put them on the rotating board, right, Jay? We can probably leave the stream going.
Yeah.
We'll switch over. We'll put them on the rotating boards, and actually maybe we'll even get the photos up. We'll give you. One of the ways, as I pointed out earlier, was Daniel, who's been terrific. He's responsible for all the look and the feel and the lighting and all of that. But he also reduced the bit rate. But we also had to dump all of the camera fees, all the player fees, because they were just really slowing our network down. But Jay and I got photos of all the players. So once we wrap this part, we'll go ahead and we'll put all the photos in so you can see what the players look like. And so hopefully, fingers crossed, we will have a nice, clean stream from here on out. But I also wanted to say that we will be back at, I think it's 3 o'clock for round 2 of the Redmond and Girls. Is that sounding
Maybe a little later than that.
later than that? Oh yeah. We'll probably start the stream of the games whenever they start the round, and then we'll have some commentary later on. So you can look for us. That is probably not on the schedule for some reason, but it is actually happening. So with that, we will end your part of this, and thank you again for doing it. Really appreciate it. Always just fun to look at it, and just great to have some other games to appreciate.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, we'll switch over if you want to transition to the rotating boards. Well, you may not see anything right away because we have to fix that, but we'll put that over there.